What? Oh, it's not visible. Hold on. Hello. Let me make myself a little bit smaller. There you go. Oh, it feels a little loud to me though. Yeah. No, I already added Himiko, and she said she's a little busy today. How's the volume for you guys? I have a bit of a headache, so I turned the volume down a bit. Is it okay? Born Dog, hello, how are you? Okay. Why is my controller not? Hold on. Hold on, I gotta reload it, I think. I'm doing alright. I hope that this works. It was working before. Now Steam, whenever like... Huh? Oh, I see. Hold on. Why is it not working? Hold on. Let me just hide the game for a sec. So I can use Steam thingies. I just don't want... Yeah, I just want you to... Yeah. Yeah. Why is it not? Button pad. Yeah. Okay. 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 Why is it not working now? Steam changed something. I like my controller! Hold on. Disable. Steam changed something about their freaking controller support. Now, use default settings. Hold on. Why? Steam, what did you do? It doesn't work anymore! Enable Steam input. What? No controller connected. Hello? Okay. Back. Okay, why is it not working now? I had to use... It's just not working. Steam broke something. Which is a little sad because I liked having the... I mean, I had used the mouse when I was trying to, like, move things around or whatever. But I liked controller. Man. Well, let me do one more test of something. If I disable Steam input. No. Why can't it just treat it like a generic controller? Like, that's... It doesn't make any sense to me. Layout. Like... I guess we're playing with mouse today. I'm sorry, you guys are gonna see my mouse. Like, hold on. I don't like to have you... I don't like to show... I don't like to have my mouse in the visuals. Give me a sec. Properties. Do not capture cursor. Really weird that it doesn't work now. But whatever. The unexpected halt to proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. We've returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I know. Yeah, it looks like something got all mixed up, and now Steam input is broken. The controller support that it had, like, last week. I knew it changed something because now it's like, hey, this game doesn't support your controller that you have plugged in, and I'm like, I'm loading VTube Studio, bro. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Oop, sorry, my pen. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Well, then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jikoku? I took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already? I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper's ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. Mickey? I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. A shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Wait, she was listening? Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in on the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? Sholmes? The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. Wait, then who is her dad? The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get an apologetic pheasant? So just who is Iris's father? I suppose it's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, while the largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like, there are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Wow! That's an interesting pose for Sholmes. Oh, I've already clicked to this. Go faster! Go faster! It said I'd already clicked it. Oh, they drew the curtains. Interesting. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow, I found myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt. You're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. Nah, I'm using the mouse now. I just gave up. I think Steam changed something with their controller. And I gave up. Well, it's still early. But I see you got a quesadilla. I hope it's good. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Drums, I'm gonna hit you. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? Oh, whoops. Huh. This? I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found is indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent to by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. Usually my schedule's pretty consistent. It's 6 p.m. EST Saturdays to, what day of the week? Wednesdays? Barring, like, unusual circumstances. And then Monday is usually art stream, yeah. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes. Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jikoku's office undetected and investigate the telegram records. Undetected. Okie dokie. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hokusonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway. The list of names found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. What does this mean, though? Do you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jikoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Okay, so wait, is it just... Okay, it's just this. Wait. What the fuck was this thing? Oh, right, a thing that we found... Oops. Wait, there's a button on top of it. Wait. Wait, does this go with Gregson's thingy? Wait, do they connect? They do. Oh, that ain't good. Oh yeah, we already looked at. Okay. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Budia. It was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains? You mean? Yeah, no worries. Precisely, Miss Usato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant should be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Hey Duck, how are you? Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? I'm not reading past things. I can't. My left hand isn't strong enough to stably pick up my tea while it's mostly full. And unfortunately, I'm having to use keyboard and mouse today. Stream fucked something up with their controller support, and now it doesn't work. I don't know. I mean, I was already using the mouse to, like, move the, what's it called? The view. And having to turn the thingies around anyway. I just turned off the mouse, it's not capturing the cursor now. Man, this was so long ago. So, you manipulated me? I often remarked of the extraordinary lengths to which a friendship would drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I mean, I haven't obviously checked my overlay. We've only been up for like 30 minutes. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean... What happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions.
I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
I seem to remember Miss Usato and I had some rather strong words for her.
She was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then. Oh, Susato. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh!
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand.
An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows.
Do I have to present something to him? I don't know what to present to him. Oh. That's not it. That's not it. Shut up. Okay. What can we present to him? Yeah, so there was a baby. One of the military guys. Would carry the baby on his back in the very first case. And the baby at the early in the case would make these, baby noises. And I'd be like, what the hell is that? Why is there baby noises? And then, like, in the last bit, like, it kind of felt like maybe the baby was, like, not, like, baby. They were, like, toddler, and they were somehow, like, convolutedly behind it. They weren't. But it was pretty funny. Okay, I have no idea. I'm supposed to present something to him, right? Because he's not got any options. What? Am I supposed to figure out what he thinks was like the omen or something? Okay. Whatever. There is no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You are very clear that it was just Jikoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top-secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping in on communications between British and Japanese governments. Wait. Sholmes, isn't that illegal? Sholmes, isn't that illegal? Isn't that illegal? You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes, when he has designs on knowing it.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line!
Susato! Why are you praising it? Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jikoku in Japan, I began to wonder why the hell is this man's name Hell in his local language. Isn't that suspicious, perhaps? Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered also. As soon as I learned of the incident, the hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names, and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
There we go. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned up to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list, who I believe to be recently deceased.
What?
Who? A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. Well, unfortunately, I found out not yet. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Kate Asogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. Aww, bro! But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain.
That's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead.
Exactly.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh yes. Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. Aw, bros! I'd recounted many tales about Hosogi to him in my letters. And the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? Didn't know.
Iris!
Oh, Iris. No, he wasn't my daddy, but still. That's very sad.
Oh yeah, Iris was eavesdropping and believed the possibility that her and Susato were half-sisters, but they're not. We still don't know who her dad is.
I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. Oh. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. Big hole, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume?
Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett.
I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of Great Waterloo Hotel.
Ah.
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding these 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? Topsy. That being the text box is pretty funny.
What do you mean when you say your hypothesis turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes?
I believe all 4 names on the list to be names of victims.
I know what it means, I just think it's funny that it was also used in the text there. I know that one.
However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. She did become a victim in the end, though. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Wait. Oh no. Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Wilson. Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. The real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Assassin is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Ryunosuke, get it! Get a clue! Huh? Does it not strike you? There's another among the four, who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only to- Wait, did Judge Jikoku send Kazuma here to murder Gregson? Was that the mission? Is this real? You mean Kazuma? He did sit in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was? Oh wait, I'm not reading past. Young Mr. Asogi accepted the mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Detailing an assassin exchange. Why? An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? So, it wasn't a student exchange program, but an assassin exchange program? That sounds illegal. But also, hell yeah, this music. Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then made a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by a consular jurisdiction. Oh yeah, right. So Kazuma would be afforded the same luxury and go home and no one would be any the wiser, huh? They want to kill somebody for some specific reason. And they're going to use someone who can get out of being convicted in the country they do the crime because of their recent laws, their agreements. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels? These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. The disassociation and the safeguarded diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jikoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Cosmo was here for Gregson? So Chochikoku wasn't actually the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. That explains a lot. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Oh, Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas... Oh, that's why he was going to France! Obviously. With the young pickpocket in tow. Yeah, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. Without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. Sadly, turned out to be his very last. Oh, too much to take in. Oh.
Alright, everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it early? I mean, look at the time.
Quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Oh, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is. A little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Aww. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh, yes. Without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Rudo onto the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Uh-huh. I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Hold on, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit. Naturally.
Iris is pressed. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing for what?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jikoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot, in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon.
Oh, friends!
Because I was lucky enough to have
Ah!
the most wonderful... Oh, family! Even better! The most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me.
Aww.
Cute. That was a pretty short part, though.
Ow.
Ugh, okay.
I'm like adjusting how I'm seated and...
Okay. Yes, save my proggers.
Okay. Let's go.
bonk. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that the respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Oh, excuse me. I don't think the mic picked it up, but... Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Resolve, yes. Like the title of this goddamn game. That's my intention.
How many times have they, name dropped the title of the game in either language?
My lord, if I may inquire.
The defendant may speak.
On what grounds is Kazama Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor?
We don't have another prosecutor model in this video game, and we don't need it for 1 hour of the game. That's why.
He is admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day.
You did what?
In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe.
And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. I got the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory.
Cafe, please.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
Yes, my lord.
Well, we don't know.
It is a mystery. The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand.
Bring Seishiro Jikoku into the courtroom.
Last then. We've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now, in order to get to the truth. Flappies. Come on, Yunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. Because this is gonna test to the limit.
Oh, he is presenting a very guarded front, huh?
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
You issued this, was it?
Your subpoena? I did what was necessary.
Look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say.
The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked.
My name is Seishiro Jikoku, Supreme Court Judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan.
I think I said 6. I meant to say 16 at the very beginning. Whoops.
As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jikoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jikoku, I must ask.
Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I don't object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
Can you plead the fifth in this era? Does that exist? Oh, my chat broke. My overlay broke. I caught it early. What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be a questionable etiquette.
Yeah, it did. I was looking at the chat bubbles. They were frozen.
But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify.
Unrelated, you say?
I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'm obviously never met the man. Or do I know the first thing?
That's a lie! It's almost certainly a lie. Wait. Wait, no, I don't have a picture of that. Never mind. Never mind. Wait! No, it is still a lie. It's still a lie. It's still a lie. Okay.
As such, I'm in no position to testify. As simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
Damn. I beg your pardon?
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. If it has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jikoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Inosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. How many times is they gonna name drop the title of the game? Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jikoku is involved within this case? Which button is this? Keyboard doesn't work. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson. Oh, he's pissed.
You little... Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jikoku.
What? How on earth did you do?
What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. Here we go in Tokyo. Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital.
I'm not acknowledging that sentence, Doc.
The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Assassin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Sheen and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jikoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Wait. Does it mean I'm right? Does it mean I'm right? The mastermind is Liv Strongheart? Am I right? Was I right the whole time? Judge Jikoku, what is all this about? And you, Kazuma. You lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jikoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name of the killing contract. Very impressive, Mionosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. And the idea that Seishiro Jikoku was the mark came entirely from you.
Okay, fair.
Deliberately avoided saying a name?
Impressive, actually. The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jikoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Groose. Jikoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you into contempt. Put you in contempt of court.
There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well, then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. I promise it's right. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord.
I gotta go to the bathroom though, so I'll be right back.
I'm back. Sorry. No! Doc! Stop! Anyway, I'm back. I just gotta readjust my blankets. My blanket. And put my headphones back on. Pull the chair back. Okay. I had to go to the bathroom. Okay. I drank too much tea. I had to go to the bathroom. Yeah. Oh.
It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned to the assassination mission 1 year ago now.
No, no, Kordak, he meant me.
The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened. That meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
So you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest of levels. Not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling. Easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asuki had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Oh, look at his face! Kazuma-sama. Judge Shikoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship at Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it is inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. I hope I pronounced that right. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned with only the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
No! Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright, what's my press? Cue.
Hold it!
Judge Shikoku is nutcase. The students were to be given assassination missions. Strongheart. This is super sus, ain't it?
Hold it!
Well, clearly they wanted someone dead. For some specific reason, so... If they both help each other out, I don't know. Damn, even Kazuma's calling him out.
Hold it!
So yeah, the question is, why is Britain trying to kill these people? I assume it has to do with the professor case again, right? Oh, Sholmes used us to stop a murder. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Look, I had to press everything, Strongheart. Shut up. Stop yelling at me. I press every line of dialogue.
Hold it!
Press every line of dialogue. You gotta press every part of the testimony. Dun 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 bum 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 bum. You'll yell at him, hopefully. How am I gonna put him in jail? Put him in jail! Put Strongheart in jail! Are you ever gonna get back to the whole, like, Russian revolutionary dude thread from the last game? Or... I don't know.
Hold it!
What if he didn't die by gunshot, though? Wait, was it? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Or like sliced up, like you won't hear a sword.
Ah, yes. You're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. It's obviously a rotten panel eating out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the...
Wait. He blocked the sound.
I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. My lord.
But... even so, getting it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Shikoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard the steamship. You mean... Judge Shikoku must be lying. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, so wait. The thing is, he'll be like, oh. You can't hear it or whatever, but like... Wait. Oh shoot, that goes the other way. They weren't at all times. Oh, shoot. Present. R.
Objection!
Sorry. Yes, as the court heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shikoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
Your trash bin. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grus were together on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts.
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one.
Oh, he's mad.
In summary, Judge Jikoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ugh! He's so mad.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Miss Yunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. I do! Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel.
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jikoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it.
You'll present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Jikoku's cabin on the 31st of October?
Take that!
Take that! Bonk. Judge Jikoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch?
And if you'll observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jikoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill.
In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jikoku.
Look how angry he looks.
You're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Takes one to know one.
Objection!
Apparently. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. Kazuma! But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jikoku feels the same way. Oh, now you're smiling.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry? What kind of thing is that to say someone?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
Look at the shadow in his nose. Oh my god, this man is evil.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony when you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night. You'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to renewing testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge she was there, I presume. Yes, I do.
Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October.
Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
Sure.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain. Because his body was found in London. That is so sad. Oh, come on, man. Come on. Ippon seoi? A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So do you know Skinaro, though? I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place in there. Ah! I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me. But he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Chichikoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on cross-examination. I don't give a fuck. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Sure. He's so mad. He's so mad.
Hold it!
Oh, goodness, excuse me. Okay, apparently you need a bag of chips to be believable as an inspector without, you know, your identification.
Hold it!
I mean, that's what Judge Jikoku said. Supposedly. Well, trench coat, mustache, and bag of chips. Apparently are necessary.
Hold it!
Oh, that's a lie. That's a lie. He's getting like reaction every single time we're like, hey, wouldn't I have heard you outside? Because he stuffed the thing so they couldn't hear him. Every time they start to get mad at Sholmes. They're like, oh, he's terrible, but like, he may be dumb.
Hold it!
But... you know? Jikoku, you put him in your suitcase. That's the answer. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted guard to them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose the body in the sea. Yeah, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objections. State your amended testimony now.
Oh, he's mad.
There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
What about your suitcase? There's an idea.
Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
You did. Well, then remind me. Did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
No.
An agreement, then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, of course. The infinite mime. It's going. Jikoku is looking very evil.
So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Is that a failed threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in a little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Jojikoku's cabin, the body would have had to have been moved somehow, obviously.
Okay. So I think it has to be the part that he amended, right? His suitcase. His big-ass suitcase.
Objection!
It works! There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
What's this supposed to mean?
Yeah, he fitted it himself. Apart from being impossible for you to do. That transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jikoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. All those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Okay, I forgot about that line though. I presume you recall this, Judge Jikoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. Thanks, Susato's dad, yeah. As this court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting? I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jikoku's trunk. Thus, I hope you're doing well, Himiko. I'm skeptical, Counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. I've done it. He's done it. Do you want to try? Because I happen to know the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jikoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense! Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure that they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Cruise is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jikoku. He's so mad. Look at that deep shadow in his eyebrow, between his eyebrows. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Oh, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jikoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Get him, Susato. Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? What logical? The actual scene of the crime? The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street, where the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak von Zeek shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. Bro. I'm afraid that's how all the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. Well, then they must be very dumb. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. Can you say that? Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Okay, wait, which one though? Not sure which one. Oh, wait. Instantly? That's the key here.
Take that!
Wait, no, that's not it. Huh? Was the victim killed smoother after his death? Shut up, Susato! That made sense! Let me save though. Alright, this?
Take that!
Fuck! Why is it not this? Literally, why is this not this? Huh? I legitimately... Now I have no idea. Oh, what? Okay. Hmm... 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 I don't remember. Takes him to being outside of the... I could just sit here just randomly throwing shit at them. The other thing was about... him. Wait, no, wait. Right, because I thought it was Gregson wearing the wig. No, I'm good. I'll figure it out eventually. Or I'll decide to start throwing things at them and wing it.
Take that!
No. I didn't think that was it, but I was gonna try anyway. It starts to feel like I'm missing something. Nah.
Take that!
Oh.
Take that!
No. Am I trying to do them in a way that, like, it makes sense to me? But I legitimately... I shouldn't split this. I shouldn't have split this!
Take that!
Shouldn't have split this case. Boy, am I struggling.
Take that!
Okay, the picture, sure. Okay, please explain what this is supposed to mean, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Okay, I guess so.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could have easily adopted a fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Ikoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Oh, the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting...
Bye-bye, Himiko! The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival in Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned down onto the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No. You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Ikoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ah!
Present my trunk, I refuse!
What? On what grounds?
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Ikoku, there is blood in your trunk. Get him, Susato. Let's go.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to...
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Get him! Nothing is more important than the truth.
Mr. Jikoku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious. You did it?
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi?
What?
Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk. Exactly as postulated by the defense.
What? You...
Dear God, outrageous!
So it was you! You admitted to Drexel Grayson's murder!
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is the cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi!
You. They're like ratting each other out. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jikoku.
You've taken not the word straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you?
Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question.
Yes, an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now. That's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense.
What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jikoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forth by Judge Jikoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... I don't know. Like, he's got a slash in there, but he died of gunshot, supposedly. But it also feels like he's... I'm gonna say impossible. Jochi Koku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of judicial process. It is. No question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? The music? Hmm? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. Shit! Is it the sword? I feel like it's the sword. He doesn't have a gun.
Take that!
Fuck. Huh? No! It's fine, I have 3. Himiko music. We know, okay, it's on sentry duty outside the first class cabins nearby nearly all the time, so as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. There has to be something that proves that Asogi was doing something. I'm saving now. I want to save my 3 chances. Wait, they think it was the gun, right? He doesn't... The thing is, he doesn't have a gun, right?
Take that!
The music didn't stop. Damn it. Shut up. I really shouldn't have split this case. This is a mistake. This is a mistake. I know. I had to split it, but man, this is a mistake. I actually probably still would have struggled here anyway. That's gotta be the issue, right? This has gotta be the issue, right?
Take that!
I didn't think that was gonna work, but I wanted to see because it mentions the caliber in it. That has to be the reason.
Take that!
Damn it. I'm not gonna keep thinking about it too hard. I'm just gonna like start throwing stuff because it feels like I'm on the right thread, but like I don't know which thing it wants me to submit. I'm trying to think, but I'm thinking too hard.
Take that!
Music's not stopping, so that's not it. Am I in a bad... Am I in a loop? Am I in a loop? Did I pick the wrong one? But the music changed. Not in a loop, okay. For fuck's sake. This overlay, I'm gonna strangle it. I have to figure out. I have to figure out what the fuck's wrong with it. Can I just use this? Hmm. Hmm.
Take that!
I'm just gonna start throwing shit. Also, thanks, Faye, by the way.
Take that!
Nope. Cool. I know I'm making the evidence sweep, but I don't know.
Take that!
I don't know. Wait, this one wasn't it.
Take that!
Literally. Eventually it'll be the right one. You know what?
Take that!
I don't think so, but... The thing I'm not supposed to share Obviously it's in there for a reason, but like...
Take that! Take that!
Oh, okay. This itinerary for crew members of the SS Goose, my lord. This is conclusive proof. Wait, why is the text different though? The moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. Alright, he mentioned them, right? Oh, now I remember. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ah. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't have possibly carried out the killing. Woo! Trumpets, let's go!
No, absolutely not. I do not accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying things that saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish that.
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. As I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof.
No,
Yeah, I might have remembered that if I did this yesterday. But only might. There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man.
Oh?
You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jikoku.
The damn trial 10 years ago, when all this began.
Oh no, this was like last week.
Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah!
Oh!
It's over! My life is over!
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. Wait, back up. What did you just say? Professor? Why a professor?
The assassin exchange requests arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Cosimo's place.
That left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, and listen to the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk.
Wait, who's his British counterpart?
To learn the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper? Wait. But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper?
Is it... I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France, and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
Past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion. I bided my time waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that.
So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Gruce, which begs the question, why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street?
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up onto deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Bone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be a perfect person to set up as the culprit. I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel, then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece on his own traveling case. They put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Redhead League investigation.
I only arrived at the room around 5:15. Quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later.
So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap?
Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket following the morning, but... well, seems the warmth of the heated cabin and the accelerated decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
That pause. Oh, right, there's no more bench. He destroyed it.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jikoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you, so just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? Finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
I thought the balances were for the person on the dock. Huh?
Seishiro Jikoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
Something's not right.
Moments ago, Mr. Jikoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Tobias Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now, for the formal
adjudication. I don't know why that word, I stumble on it. I hereby declare the defendant Barak von Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel.
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time.
That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
But what? Jikoku has already confessed. It's not even like a British word, I just can't read certain words. Nevertheless, Barak von Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly. the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jikoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jikoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly. That would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man of the dock, Bark van Zieks,
of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore...
I'm going to prove his guilt.
Beyond all reasonable doubt.
What? What? Oh, come on. It's on the other side of the room.
The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he's the Reaper. Perhaps. But circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jikoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say, I'm surprised. By quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You're guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish Lord Van Zieks' unwittingly starting 10 years ago.
Very well. Well, it's extremely irregular. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding this court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Oh, we get the fires back. Oh, cool.
Oh! Foot.
Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify this violent, unremitting accusation. Doesn't sour the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks!
I first set this up with the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it.
Look, he's the one that did it, I'm just pointing it out. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then I let justice decide. Lord Van Zieks, the prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusations brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right, that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise.
High British officers sue someone for defamation after they received an acquittal?
As a lawyer and as his friend. Yeah, sure. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
As you wish, my lord. Okay. I have never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I have been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years,
And I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno State that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. You deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both that you are the Reaper of the Valley, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. The Korean window tax law? I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I am alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes this testimony to be just, given the accused to be untrue. She had a degree in dirt. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. What do you mean? What? Yeah, glass is made from sand. Wait, yeah. Faye, even Minecraft teaches you that. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. Damn, Faye, I'm sorry. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Okay, press everything first order of business. Come on, come on, come on. Wait. Are you guys good over there discussing what glass is made out of?
Hold it!
Oh, whoops, wrong button. Wait, what did you just say? I half read it. Oh, okay. It's my friend, even. You're never done talking about dirt. Ah.
The significance. Wait, what?
Hold it!
Oh goodness, excuse me. Oh, I see, I see. I need to go to the specific location. I think I need to pay a part of attention. Oh no, it's probably still gonna go for a while, corn dog. Like, I have to go through pressing everything.
Hold it!
Numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips? And such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Alright, I'm pressing everything first. Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted this scheme.
Objection!
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused claimed in its testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression! I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person... I must be overthinking it, surely. Oh, right. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo. I need to think back over the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, and I'll review the notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Wait, can you kill someone with a paper cut? I mean, it sounds plausible, just... I mean, I guess if you poison them through it... Present. Which button?
Objection!
No? Damn it. Let me save. It's gotta be this. Is it this?
Objection!
It is this, okay.
What's this? An autopsy report? What? This is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
What?
My brother's autopsy report.
I'm pleased to see.
That the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in court! What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report to your counsel?
This autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
No, that accursed name again. The professor.
I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the documents.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence.
Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders.
In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital glue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated?
The shit that I was saying in the first case! Like, the first case we had to deal with this guy!
If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to death. To his death.
That's outrageous!
And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. That's why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost!
Well, good thing, Corn Dog. The judge asked for another round. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However,
He who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash! You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, there's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him to the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jikoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth.
what truth?
The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago.
What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret.
While we awaited for my supposed mark in Jikoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're little Sogi's young lad, are you? What?
You gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That'll very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make that crime stick.
So, you admit it then?
The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? It was for the good of the country.
Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right. Even then.
Okay, so that answers the questions of how that happened. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama.
The results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated.
And the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it.
Wait, that would mean Mikotoba's in on it too, isn't it? Doesn't it?
And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man.
The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as it was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jikoku in Japan for to arrange the exchange.
You can die slipping on a floor in real life too, Faye.
So it follows that the Reaper's true identity.
Wait, well, of course, like, you can get a concussion, like, it can be lethal. Like, it's not common, but it's fundamentally possible. Oops, I hit caps lock button when I was putting on my coat, my cozy, comfy cardigan. Can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zeeks. Man, can you sit down?
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told, Declart. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago?
I heard it with my own ears.
His shameful admission.
In that case, I know.
The name of the Reaper.
What?
Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain.
Which narrows down the remaining possibilities.
To one.
If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yeah, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was gonna come up.
The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... I'm gonna save just in case, but I am extremely certain about this. I'm saving just in case, okay? Okay? Finally! Finally!
Take that!
Take that! Let's go!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin and exchanged and manipulated the autopsy reports is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart, who I've been accusing of something or other this entire game. What? Lord Strongheart. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Killant Van Zeeks, had been killed.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
No. Huh. Lord Van Zeeks? 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death. I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lord to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jikoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Foot! Again! The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? It'd be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
Claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted it.
And where is your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand?
Okay, where's Maya? Where's the Faye family? Can we get their ancestors here now? Thanks.
You mean to say?
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah! Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there?
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
Kazuma more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth of what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. There is someone! Mikotoba! He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as to dispatch an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Sith won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please! This trial can't end, not yet! He's so desperate, poor Kazuma. I'm not doing this for you. Doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zykes is... I'm saving just in case. Because... Trust me.
Take that!
Yay! Heaven help us. Another Japanese. Oh, he racist too? An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago. Came to London with Seishiro Jikoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could its testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. That report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and masterminding the assassin exchange. Oh, I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. That is an incredibly rude statement. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jikoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know that what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. Would you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you'll be remanded for following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This is futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Kazuma! Kazuma! That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Ooh. Sholmes! Ooh! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jikoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayor Strongheart, it is imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? What would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may.
We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. This music's really good. Surely it can't be. That the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have any of you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Shawms coming in clutch! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. But you and you alone, my dear fellows, had the power to push this door open now. The auditors of the galleries have no right to express an opinion in the court proceeding. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed.
Is there a single person here present who can honestly say I couldn't read that fast?
What?
The trial should go on. Summon the witness.
That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow reprimanded by
I couldn't read that fast. Cause in custody.
Kazuma!
My lord, you assured these present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. Oh, my thing broke again. They said they're doing it again!
Well, my lord. You hear the voices of the British Justice, I take it? I think you'll find it would be rather awkward to silence.
The court will recess briefly. I don't know, Faye. It's gotta be something wrong with, like, OBS or, like, a DLL file, usually. I have to figure it out later. I forgot to do it this weekend. Well, these days off. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange a subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the court first, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
He could have was a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse?
Miss Sholmes,
you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer the question than you, surely.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you have no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you?
Absolutely.
It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards. And a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course.
Do 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 do.
I kind of just don't even want to advance it. I just kind of want to listen. In that case, the court will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
Do 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 do.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom, Lamau, and confront whatever horrors tries to drown me under.
My little thingies replenish, right? My mistake opportunities are replenished with part 3, right? So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Eugene Mikotoma, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
Hey, why is she here, though?
And Professor Mikotoma, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Sith, I understand.
Yeah, Dr. Sith.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just, appeared.
You summoned the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy.
Oh, whoops, wrong button.
But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. Whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Sith came to light some days ago, defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. He was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Oh, don't worry, don't worry. It's gonna keep going. We're gonna be going for a little while. We have to do a testimony.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes.
It's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinos.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe?
Yes. I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Oh, Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened.
But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see.
So Lord Strongheart had to entreat to the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then.
You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh.
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
He is like massive, like power tripping right now.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy report results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Oh, she's the coroner's daughter and loves coroner things. Like, really. She's a little nuts, but she's cute. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such. Well, she seems like... Well, she's a coroner. In this day and age, a mask like that isn't that weird. It's a little late in the fashion sense, but like, it's not that weird. She clearly seems kind of like shy. As for the knives in court, we've seen knives, guns, firecrackers. What other weapons have we seen in court? A lot. Yeah. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Really? With the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. With this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yeah, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. Promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Yunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. And I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord.
Press.
Hold it!
I feel like the plague doctor mask is like very like it's her safe space, you know? The knives we've seen crazier stuff. We've seen multiple guns on the stand. They absolutely seem to not care when it comes to Ace Attorney characters having weaponry.
Hold it!
Strongheart is so mad. Strongheart is so... He's so trying to dive... He's so trying to, like, change topic. He's trying so desperately.
Hold it!
Dr. Gory wasn't born yet. Oh, it broke again. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Hold it!
What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not, it was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious! Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. That was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Could we read something into that?
Well, just thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my! Really?
In that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit.
Court record. Court record. Point!
Sticky mochi bun.
Anything else that's clickable here? But just that. Just that part, it looks like. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Hold it!
I will present it again in a sec. And that was a decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest. Correct.
After further investigation by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
It's a lie. My father was no killer. Barak Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes.
Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
What if the professor just goes by a different name now? Okay. No, I don't think like Zeeks did it. I don't think so. Options. Let me just save. I'm pretty sure what I'm going to present and how I'm supposed to present it. Because we just got a new piece of evidence. And present and the ring. Whoops, wrong button.
Objection!
The music didn't stop. But that doesn't make any sense. The whole point is that if you try to swallow it, it would hurt you. Wait, what was the... Wait, then that's a lie. No internal trauma. Wait, no. Internal trauma means anything. Okay, so wait. How would he swallow it if he was stabbed in the heart? Like, posthumously. How would that be possible? That's not possible.
Objection!
But that's not what the game wants me to do. Okay. Hmm.
Hold
Let
it!
me press and reread something they say here. Oh, I mean this large ring, obviously. Okay.
That's right. Pulled for the victim's stomach once it had been sliced open nicely.
It was my brother's final move before he perished. An ingenious one, to leave us a clue by which to identify his killer. He must have ripped the ring from Jensen's finger with his teeth, before swallowing it to keep it from being retrieved. That was the prevailing hypothesis at the time. With his teeth? On his arrest, Genshin took his ring finger on his left hand was found to be badly wounded, evidenced by my brother's final struggle against the man. Oh, for this ring?
Hold it!
Okay, wait, I don't... Okay, so I think that... Okay, so it has to be Mikoto Bar, right?
Hold it!
Okay, so wait.
Hold it!
Wait. Present. What if it's...
Objection!
Nope. Stop.
Objection!
Not that either. I don't... Huh? So the ring has to go somewhere, right?
Objection!
I don't... I don't...
I'm not sure what it wants me to present. I'm not sure what it wants me to do with this ring. I don't see anything else to click. Which is what I was hoping for. See, possibly, but I don't know. See, and they don't mention it in their thingies, so I can't do anything with it, I think. Yeah, it looks like a claw, but like... Like, I tried presenting the ring here, and nothing it doesn't like that. So that's not it. What if it's... Wait...
Objection!
Oh, it's here that they want me to present. Oh, okay, they want me to present it here. It makes no sense that there's no internal injuries because he swallowed a fucking claw-handed ring, but they said there's no other internal injuries. That's where I was trying to, like, present, like, with the swallowing, but then apparently that wasn't what they were. Okay. Okay, video games. The court has heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition of the matter. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord.
Damn.
The lack of internal injury says it all. What? Look at this fucking ring. Are you blind? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. Awesome, he can swallow a ring. That doesn't mean he gets no injuries. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Oh? Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But
isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, well, you'd expect to see some damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes, at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you? I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant.
Go ahead, write it down.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so, and Dr. Gorey. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the source without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. What's wrong?
Dr. Ori? It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
I have just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. He's ringing.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their face obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. It shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying?
I have always believed that those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
you mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? Oops. You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke. You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent that I should be present in this trial? See you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. Seems you have thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of this. Though it is extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, well, Why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? In the closed court hearing tens of years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean that there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion which you should have arrived many minutes ago. Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought.
Uh-oh.
Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'd be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Ooh! Thank you, Yunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord? Your reasoning is perfectly sound.
But for one giant hole. I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
What's happening here? Well, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting? The two people with the connection to that autopsy have been assassinated. If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion all these 10 years.
Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
Oh, the Asogi papers.
Take that!
Oops. This is the defense's answer to that question. Fuck. I didn't hit the save button. I wanted to save, but I hit the wrong button. Okay, wait. Maybe this? Bum 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 ba da 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 Because that's the only other thing that's, like, about that, right?
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Isogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary. It led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Really, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of a chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was giving an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with some sort of clandestine agreement in place, I could imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further to say that, more than that, in fact, I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course. Because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison?
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What? Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Virgil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that.
Oh, are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared it at its outset. You forgot to eat the pizza, oh my goodness. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Oh, he is so mad about that sentence. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
For fuck's sake. Thanks. Did it? Okay. Ugh. Man, it's like I need water. Ugh. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna get a snack. I'm back. The sweet tarts bag dropped on the floor when I grabbed the nerds next to it. So nothing serious. See, no, I was drinking water, watching a stream, and the water bottle fell over the keyboard and fried my CPU. Fried the motherboard, actually. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Look, the professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago! And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you called nothing untoward. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, capital punishment.
Guards! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness! Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, you threaten the witness again. You will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
I don't know the kanji that they use for his name here, so I'm actually not entirely sure.
There's no disputing the fact that intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago.
That said, like, the Japanese names are also puns, so...
Clearly, you were both involved in some way. You will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Yeah. Well, Isogi would be like to go. Like a way to, yeah. Maybe a variation of Isoge. It was the day that Japanese judge was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I signed the convict to the chief warder vigilia and put the plan in action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I see. I didn't ken if there weren't some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty Great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying there was a jailbreak plot?
This is right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't ken that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, it wasn't anything about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. Didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I could not tell you.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. I suspected there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office.
The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
Oh, I see where this is going.
You know, I want pretzels.
I want pretzels more than the chocolate. I changed my mind. I'm back. No, I didn't. I had just like one like Halloween tiny like fun-sized Kit Kat. I barely. That is not just eating.
Well, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see others witnesses or any more pertinent information here. You intend to assert your right to a cross-examine, yeah?
We cross-examine everything. Yeah, but I don't like eat a lot at any given time. I just munch all day. Come on, come on. Let me press.
Hold it!
Ring Fit, you can be healthy without doing Ring Fit.
Hold it!
Ring Fit has nothing to do with being healthy. Oh, yes, I mean me, Faye. Ah, Dr. Sith. As she's known now. Okay. Wait a sec.
Hold it!
Bum 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 Oh, damn. He was just actually supposed to take the fall for everything, and then he took a literal fall out a window. Damn.
Wait, what's he doing? Wait, what's he doing? Wait.
D.
Oh, no, he's just being weird. Okay. I thought he was like whispering over Advanced Life. Like, no. Wait, what was he trying to be silent about? Press.
Hold it! What does this all mean?
What?
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time in my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to his crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yes, that's quite true. Whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his end of the bargain. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows now what really happened, what really went on in the execution room now. Yes. It's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Good! Go on then.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely.
Can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution No have conclusive evidence against the Charlie, eh? Carly?
This, you mean? Discovered during the victim's final autopsy.
There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can all learn about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Alright, that's right. What I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all.
Yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice.
They must have been armed with something. The game had an angle to negotiate. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let me save just in case. Let me save just in case. But present the Asogi papers.
Objection!
Yay! Music stop.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison.
Ginter Nozogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway.
Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers, the fella couldn't possibly have anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor.
The Asogi papers.
The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Oh!
Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did you? You wee rat! Did I no tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now.
Ah!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell,
Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
Alright then, but what's on that paper?
The last will and testament.
This will is the only weapon I have left now.
I have Twizzlers. That's the other thing I grabbed. A weapon? I don't know if these are that good, though.
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak,
that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings of his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi papers. Governor Kim? I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would it be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? James, what the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found right and proper in the fella's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely-wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed you your phone, did I know you're a lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi."
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend,
That the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already. What went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. Uh-oh.
that last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time! If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're gonna do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself? Woo! Fancy!
What did you say?
Here it goes again! Testify! Testify!
It would seem a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw on the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord! Oh my goodness, this trial is... This half is pretty long. Okay, maybe it's a good thing we tried to split it. I just should have split it better. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asugi papers.
That sounds like how I would say it too.
When a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Well, you know, sad if I would call me liar the once, eh, you wee waffinger?
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat. Of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Little and large. What a double act. Oh yeah, because he was already grabbed like twice.
He compiled with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family at home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country's ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye, and you cannot deny the writing of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh.
That smirk on his face?
Your counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Strongheart has this, like, fucking smirk going on this whole time. Goodness.
Hold it!
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 ba-da-da-dum, bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. He never denied killing a person. He said he killed a man. He said he killed... Like, you know how his phrasing, right? Ending another human's life. With the that's singular, right?
Hold it!
Like, he doesn't deny killing somebody, but that doesn't necessarily mean he was the professor. Oh, my thing froze again. No, this is just they're very exaggerated with Ace Attorney. That's just how it be. Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Ugh. Well, the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
Prisoner Governor cannot be expected to keen the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter?
No. I'm unable to offer explanation here and now.
He's not gonna answer anything. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing about that will...
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and said, and yelled, "It can't have disappeared completely," in my face. He's like pretending he's getting strangled.
Alright, well, it's doomed to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. The blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. You mean...
You called the disco heave? Okay, yeah, sure.
Dun 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 dun
Hold it!
Top levels of the prosecutor's office. Okay, what was the name on it? He don't know. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it'd be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will. Aye. That's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continuing to testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asogi's kimono. Ah, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yeah. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, as I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books. That kimono. His sword. His sword?! Kadima, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. For it being the soul of the clan, could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence. The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us Barclay, you say? Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Scissor-y inkstone, black simi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Space.
Excuse me!
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil? It was Scarlet, sir. He said black. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. It's something about the testimony we just heard. Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or not possibly important detail. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Yeah, it's only gonna be important, you know, yeah. Scarlet, you say? Oh, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even the dim light of the cell, I can remember thinking it was unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Uh-oh.
Witness! Is that really what you saw?
Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? He's mad.
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Och, didn't have, huh? You completely seen the right near. And it's as black as the Earl of Wales waistcoat.
Yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
But it was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once.
Okay, so probably we have to... What if it's like some super special ink?
And it's actually there, but the only part we can see is the black now. I don't know if that kind of special ink existed yet.
Inkling, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay, so present. And I guess it's gotta be, where is it? Here. Right? Yeah.
Objection!
Okay. Scarlet colored writing is what you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. Albus, again, you've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yeah. And there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink?
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. Yeah. It was just a matter of when did it actually come up.
But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink,
it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious. I don't know how to read that word. About such things, it seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink was in the ink. What was ever found.
So the document disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night of his cell was
the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death?
Then it was...
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil? Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
But why is that what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
Last will and testament. Ah! If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. Do you really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will. But it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What? Wait. Huh?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. What would mean? He had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. Wait, where are we going with this, huh? No, impossible. It is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened? He would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death. It's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So, what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact the daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that that will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Assuming this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose.
No, my lord.
That's unacceptable. What did you say, Counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All this testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty
To pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue.
Oh? Reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might have become, you will work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Sato. So, hold your head high, and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. Wait, so like, I'm not entirely sure. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Yonosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact... Oh, I'm pretty sure on this one, but I'm saving anyway? It's one of it's this or this. Shoot. Shoot. I'm gonna go with accusation. Obviously. It must have been an accusation. No.
It was he who was implicated by the document.
Objection!
No. In that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all.
And you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person?
Objection.
No. If that were the case, the two men surely would have collaborated to... Oh, wait. Whoops. Can I object to the penalty too? Okay, I was like, I just want to say that that Strongheart's bad. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Objection.
True, true. Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. Oh, the words in color are usually always keywords, yeah. I think that's true with most games. Most games usually put keywords like that in some sort of notation, yeah. Sometimes they can also use it for like other effect. Like the robotic guy spoke with random keywords. Oh, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Oh no, you're fine. I don't know why I'm saying that even though you're in commercial. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. You think he knew?
He's finally opened, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zeeks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zeeks, who is a paragon of justice for— I can't read that fast. Who's actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. The general public ever found out, law and order of the country would be finished.
My brother.
This is too awful. For Lord Van Zeeks. I wonder though, did he never suspect Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barak Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order in court.
Lord Van Zeeks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did. Balmung.
He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. I didn't realize he set the entirety of the role-playing server on people. When my brother would go out hunting in the forest and the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. The thing from the last game! A jewel-studded collar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief? It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold.
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing that initial B.
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What?
The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow.
Oh.
That pure emblem, gold emblem, was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The color you've described was Balmonk's.
The family insignia of Lord Clan Van Zyke's widow. There's a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from a human prey.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the name of... what is it? Iris's story that's not supposed to be told. A Hound of the Baskervilles. There have been other, like, literary references, apparently. The only thing is they can't... Because of... kind of copyright squabbles. Even though the Japanese version, the character is Sherlock Holmes, here he's Herlock Sholmes, so that they don't have to deal with whatever issues are involved. Also, my chat froze again. Cool.
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would have irrevocably destabilized British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That through his anonymous... Oh, I can't read this word. It remains the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. I legitimately struggle to read this word. I give up. I'm not even gonna try. Very well then. You may have the truth.
Oh, poor Lord Van Zyke.
Tell me then, tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zyke was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint.
Oh. The 19th century was truly a miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. Like the TV show!
These dazzling developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zyke made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed.
It's ironic, really. It's somewhat surprising. But the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese.
Once again?
What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up in my office one night.
The professor?
Yes. Beyond all shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant to search this home at once. It'd be absurd.
The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's what none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion. Willis he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. You have evidence. Nothing definitive as of yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. Your large family estate is a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. Sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the 10 years accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeke's mansion on his own. You can only imagine now what happened between the two men. But we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeke's perished. I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did...
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measures of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time.
And where is it?
Where is it now? Is this where Sholmes comes busting in the door and being like, here you go! I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then.
Who pinned the crimes on my father? I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it. Willis keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson?
Obviously, he opposed me at first. I off your rocker! We can't do something like that! There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff might have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Well... I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella.
But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. We're short a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson.
We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. We'll use whatever means necessary.
Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey.
Poor Gregson.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. And the detectives handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. Why, here you have a 14-year-old son. Free to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. and you will see Japan and your son again.
Oh, that's terrible.
You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. Whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes. That hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma.
She did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order, at any cost.
Uh-oh.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all of these, treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper, the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mayor Strongheart?
Rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak von Zeeks? The spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen!
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson and Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
Wait. But Dr. Wilson left for Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. I had to employ the services of a young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sith.
Sith?
So, what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of Reaper the Bailey, I successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
That doesn't quite answer definitively. Am I...
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do by here confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
But Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes. But still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were brought into the core anyway. It was all in the aid of keeping London safe.
That doesn't excuse you, and probably makes it worse. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all to appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
This doesn't feel right. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. That... Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yeah. The same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes. I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor Gailings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Suspect, verb. Yes. But it was only once. Not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Huh? That will do. Neither Clint Van Ziggs nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there were only two extant pieces of evidence from this time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Yay. He said the thing! Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made it to this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord? I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
All it did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory.
Wait, hold up.
What? Wait, let me, like, actually look at this. Where's the... Where... Hi, Tomo, how are you? Hopefully we're solving the case. Wait, yeah, Strongheart's wrong. I was pretty sure, I just had to double check what the information was. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. One thing he said was slightly off. Come on, Inosuke, think back over his words, find the problem. This isn't wrong, like, this is true. This is wrong. Because we know there's another will, but we just don't have it. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Counsel?
Among the statements you just made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent.
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Yunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal.
Wait. Wait. I don't have the evidence to prove it, though. Okay, let me look at what Lord Van Zeke said, too. It has to be Strongheart, though. It has to be, right? You know what? I'm gonna do something stupid. Well, that's the thing. We don't know where it is. Alright, I'm gonna say this as an extra slot just because... We might be in a bit... I might be wrong. Alright, I'm gonna make a really dumb...
Take that!
Okay, cool. Music didn't stop, it's wrong. Cool. That's fine. I thought it was a dumb assertion. But I wanted to try it anyway.
Take that!
Music stopped. Cool. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. Okay, I was right. Wait, he said 3? He said 3.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were... the 3-page last will and testament. Oh! How does he know there's a 3rd page? Could that be that originally there was a 3rd page?
Fuck! For a moment, I thought you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Caden! Hey! Oh, can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black, worm-like scrawls of this day. And, I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were an actual will, though. If my mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his land back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. We wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page oughtn't to be sent.
Objection!
What? How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. That is pretty rude.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel.
Then where is it?
As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me now.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of this proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitable maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
Yeah, objection. That's opinion. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. I'm gonna do this. I'm snoozing it for 5 minutes. I'll read the third page of the document for all persons here. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Wareham language. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lonely one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
What does it say?
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Wait. Did he hide it in Karuma? That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem, twist thy head. Father. What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence. Wait. Can I twist it? Ah! It has to be. Hold on, I'm gonna put you guys. I'm gonna run the ad now. Okay, I'm gonna run the ad now, so that way, I can just make angry noises at this sword for a sec. Come on. Wait, which end is the? I guess. Wait, would it be on? No, it wouldn't be on the sheath. It would be like here, right? Why can't I interact with it? Yeah. I think it has to actually finish the dialogue, and they're just gonna do it on here. Something's in here. Wait, can you guys? Like, there's a tiny little bit of white in there. Thanks. There's like a tiny little bit of white in there, right? You see it? There's paper in there. But there's not paper up here. Yeah? Yeah. He hid paper. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. Oh, they actually made it work in English. Cool. Alright. Let's keep going. The one warned by the prosecution counsel when he had confronted Miss Inspector Gregson. Oh! Let me look at the court record! Where'd it go? Can I mess with the sword now? No. Yes! I had to wait for it to get into court evidence. It doesn't mean your head. And I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt.
しら? Ashira?
Do it! Yes! Evidence! Evidence! Evidence!
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. And Van Zeek's. And the date. 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karama and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeek's. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable.
Wait, what? What about it? Wait, what did he notice about it? What? Huh? Wait, why can't I examine it? Huh? Huh? Why can't I examine it? The game's being mean and making me wait.
As the presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light.
Sit down.
All sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
Sit your butt down. How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now.
Sit down.
Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appear to have been lost forever.
Can I present it now?
Like Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh.
We've heard you say time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting the British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
That sounds like a load of bullshit. That sounds like copium.
What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? We're no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, will you not quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? Okay, peace. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
That's wrong.
In which case, I hereby order all discourse on these proceedings to be struck from the record.
Do it. Say it. Say it. Say it. Say it. Say it. Say it. Objection.
This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I?
I can.
Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord.
This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that has escaped everyone else's attention, as will his ancestor many, many years from now, who will have changed his last name in the English version of this game. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive. This music's so good. Well, it appears there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Take that. Sit your ass down. There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case you hadn't escaped your notice, that document was long lost long ago.
That's right. It was. Only... I have it right here.
Discovered just moments ago.
Oh.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Look at his face! Holy crap, look at his face! My brother's last will and testament, where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma. I cannot rewind. Maybe he'll make it again, though. That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
The signature and seal certainly look official.
My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. Look at his face, look at his face!
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
Objection! Sit your ass down.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
Look at it, look at it!
The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
He's so mad.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? Ah! What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
What?
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Ooh! Look at this! Look at this view! Wow! Oh well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going quite as you'd hoped. Damn, that smile. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. Look how pissed he is. It's even more like crazy looking when he's looking downward with the shadow on his face. Oh my god. No, for God's sake. Oh! No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly a merciful people. I, Clint Van Zyks, Lord of the Manor of Van Zyks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse, the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords, at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. Law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of these menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded. I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Damn, that's a threat. That's a threat he's earned, by the way. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Strongheart. A moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lies you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me. The third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, and man of lofty principles. As I said, I had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The raper, the professor. The name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Huh. Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jikoku. Judge Jikoku? There would be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jikoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree first, and Seishiro, you fool. Do you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. Sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed, but nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jikoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jikoku, do it! Pull the trigger. Shoot!
Oh, that's so terrible.
Jikoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed all over his coat. He fled as fast as a leg would carry him. Then Jikoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged.
That's really depressing.
When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. And now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night.
So... you get put to the gallows, right? Right?
It was Jikoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Because you yelled in his fucking ear, bro. Just before Mr. Jikoku left the courtroom earlier.
I feel like it's also like to wrap things up, at least in the case of Great Ace Attorney, or Ace Attorney in general, like it wraps everything up nicely to clarify any missing things, to clarify any like any like refresh your memory on the whole thing that was going on, and wrap things up nicely in a little bow in a box, and you're just like, yep, perfect.
He said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his murdered counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too,
Using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jikoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years ago. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
Holy shit, Kasuma! Holy shit.
It's also like, in the case of like a game, it can also be nice, like, especially like this, where like I played it, you know, only 2 days out of the week, so like it's nice to see it all kind of wrapped together and remind me what happened.
These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme. Well, clearly law and order has gone to shit because you are in charge.
Well, that couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor and his death.
Objection!
Well, it's behind the scenes. You systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and the public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well.
Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders and countless more.
Is he gonna do it?
No, I was hoping he was break his cane.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led me to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see of all I've done for this country? This has to be my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who's worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name. Damn! Cosmo, like, did a 180 and is like, yeah, Van Zeek's cool now. I don't hate him with all of my guts. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asoki, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. I knew it from the second I met this man. He was bad. You little... Oh my god, look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. When will you get it through your thick skulls? But it was all for the queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Squeak, squeak, says my little mouse. He agrees. Oh, my throat. That's a little too much. That's a little too much. What? Huh? What? What? Well, dear me, my good fellows, dear me.
Has he lost his marbles?
A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions that beautifully pronounce Queen's English. Really, our friends with the voice are quite the picture of industriousness. Fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. Really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how do you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes! I really have done nothing, which means... I can be indicted for nothing? No? What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
Coercion is a crime.
You can't get away with that. You consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
Didn't we use the word coercion earlier in this case? This is coercion, sir. You are an accessory to murder. You're at the bare minimum an accomplice. Yes, this is still illegal, sir. Hello?
I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know the darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
That is some high-dose copium? How much copium do you guys think that is? How do you think he likes his copium? Because he is just so high on the copium right now. With ice cream and a cherry? Yeah. Let me appeal to your... with a side of crystal meth. Let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? Learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial among secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. The Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. Finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without a doubt. Which is perhaps a smidgen too early. We have to wait a couple more centuries for that. You know, at least one more century for that, right? Public order in the capital will completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force. A comprehensive sense of laws. Oh wow, do you see like how quickly his face shadow just like popped? Damn. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that we expected of this trial. Yeah, literally. I mean, yeah, like some other criminal could take his place, but then it's like... I don't know. Will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? Fuck no! That's true, he would lose less yeah. Is this real? Is this real? Really? 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 This is the will of the British judiciary. Also, hi Pink Mage, hope you're doing well. Yeah, commercial. I don't want to snooze too much. Oh my god, is he bowing? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Strong fart, yeah. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability. Turn a situation to his favor. What Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Yunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. Bunny, 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 bunny. Bunny Sholmes. Bunny Sholmes! Bunny Sholmes! Yes, as I only know too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is evidence. Ooh! Ooh! I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but we're gonna squish that stupid bunny. We're gonna jam while the ad happens. Come on, ad, can you start? Why is the ad not starting? Jesus Christ. Come on. Ad starting soon. Come on, there you go. Oh, the chat broke too again. Lovely. Okay, let's go. Where's the button?
Take that!
Take that, let's go, bunny! Oh my, yes! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here it goes. Heave! Ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice? Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Mr. Naruhodo, he's... What? Huh? Wait. What's happening? I wasn't expecting you back, Mr. Sholmes. Delighted to be here again.
Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a close court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord. He came back as a ghost, yeah. We just go right through him. Oh my god, he's dancing. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Oh my god, he's just dancing. What? Mr. Naruto, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. What? Sounds are transmitted, so could not images. Keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description! And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit the entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Oh, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the sand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. I called him at once, get out! Oh, I swear to you! Dear me, you were on the other hand. Lord Strongheart appeared to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace. What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? No. Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Oh no. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. What? Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What? Yeah, literally. What on earth is this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order in court, I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. This isn't a real word, it's fine. Meddling! This is some kind of nightmare. Ooh. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. No, we do not have a model of the Queen. Don't ask me. She cannot be seen. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. Yeah, I just couldn't. It's fine. No, I was merely.
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
She refers to her by nickname. What a precious bean. I love Iris.
Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably,
Forthwith, in immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart is hereby revoked for evermore. Furthermore, she will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days.
it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Yeah, this game has a lot of steampunk. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Squeak, squeak.
Adjourned! 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 Oh, court is adjourned!
It broke!
We have a problem? We have a problem. Oh my god! Is he die? Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. No one must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure if I had facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be? There's more to his last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother, Barak. You have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor.
It's my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Aww. Asogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. Second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. I see. Clint. What an ending. Now, Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jikoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. Why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? I don't know. The jury, I guess it's all jury. Which is just the rest of the people in here. It's a very big jury this time, I don't know. To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? I don't know how to count. Mr. Reaper, you're not forgetting something. Such as? You very much adopt your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. No. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Ooh! Oh, our usual! May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord.
As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, what the ever-living fuck! I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I have witnessed here today.
All the normal gavel's back. Yay!
The darkness that has blighted the justice in our lands these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimation that the British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to no change. This might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese. He said Japanese, not Nipponese. After the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. Your lawyer a boundless talent. And I am no longer racist. Oh, Lord Van Zieks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Great Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study and become a lawyer, and gave me head trauma from flipping me upside down. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival, and was cured of racism. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Who probably needs to get his head checked out, by the way.
Saving the best friend last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain. Sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth. Who do it instinctively, even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve,
Like the title of this game.
to never avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Yay! Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruto, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? With your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. And thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Jesus.
Well done. It would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Barak Van Zeeks
Not guilty! Confetti and fireworks!
as our court is adjourned.
Now we have our final wrap-up. You miss Santa? It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side, though. Through it all, Miss Susato. Oh, sure. She's 16, though. No kissing. Wait, she is 16, right? She's too young. Your kind words mean so much to me.
Really was a very splendid show, that Naruto. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Oh no, it's like mentioned in like passing once, like in one case, and the only reason you know people's age is from the court record. Susato doesn't come... Susato is definitely, like... I mean, she spent a lot of years without her father. And without her mother. So she probably, like... adulted herself, you know? Like, she... took care of herself a lot, you know? Plus, her choice in interest is a bit unusual because of her own father, so... Very, very adult-like interest. Be interested in the law. So, I can understand mistaking her for on the older side, but no, she's young.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain.
I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Does this man smile? Does he smile? Miss Susato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courtroom. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it is quite remarkable. Yeah. I don't... That's not a smile, though. I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said?
To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
But that
was just the feeble excuse of a coward. This is what they will call in the future as a copium, I believe. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh,
thank you.
What monogamous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Also not smiling. Yep, got it. Miss Susato. There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zeeks. Oh my god, I loved how he shifted down. Because he's shorter.
Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me? Of course me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps... I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Wait. Yeah, a hunter worthy of respect, okay. I'm gonna snooze that ad because it feels like something's gonna happen here. Honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. Right. I've confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
What
can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that.
What? Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin.
Wait. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin?
If you'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already.
You don't need to worry about me.
Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin.
Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling to no one. Wait. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding in there.
A lady of the gentry?
She's not in a good way. And she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope.
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. The favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. And his dying wish. Oh! My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child.
But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and... No! Not with him. Pardon. This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Eugene. Right. I see. Very well then. Oh! That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds.
Oh!
The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Oh no. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept. Longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean
The woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
that's right.
The newborn was his daughter.
But
that makes no sense! Why on earth would Clint have entrusted the child in my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What? Well, your brother said that he'd confess everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, that girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeek's family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in the final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Oh. I honored my promise to the Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, that's how... Oh. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes. He has a heart of gold. Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. It was her name that I gave to the little girl. The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Oh, Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? The little thing just pinched me through my trouser pocket. He just got his ass pinched. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do. Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures. Bruno! Susie! Oh, Iris! Oh, I'm so pleased! What a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty Queen Vicky said that she thought my special blend was delicious. Her Majesty Queen Vicky. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. Why is my chat broken? I can't see you guys. My chat widget's brokey. Hold on. Okay, you're back. I fixed it. I definitely think I need to reinstall OBS. I'll try to do that tomorrow morning. I don't know. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again express my deep gratitude to you. Alright, the ad's gonna happen in like a minute, but I think I shouldn't snooze this one. That's my last snooze. I'm just gonna keep going. We'll probably hit the credits soon, so it should be fine. I believe you saved my life, wait! Lord Van Zeeks! Yes. What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
Well, as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon.
For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the Dark Forces yourself.
Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Yunosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must.
Dun, 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 dun.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future.
Let me get some water for a moment while we wait for that ad a little bit.
Goodness.
Okay.
I'm home!
Gina! About time you got here. We've been waiting for ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? Don't go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this. It's quite the extraordinary thing.
I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe?
Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cafe. He was there, Sholmes! Sholmes! Mikotoba was there!
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba.
I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is,
Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
Sholmes is so dumb!
What? You were?
Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Oh, Bruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please, do take a seat. Time to fill my boots. Gina Presh, Gina Presh. I love Gina.
Goodness. Is that really true, Gina?
Yup. I'm losing me coppers, clobbers, and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me.
You're really leaving the police force? But why, Jenny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh.
Anyway, no matter how hard I try, I
Piper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know.
Oh yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of his now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch! And the crown has been reattached! That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years, without fail, it measured time, every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day.
Yes, someone with an eerily fierce detective spirit.
Gina!
It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. No, I know it's slang for detective. It's just very funny that, you know, they could get away with it.
Yes, Jenny, yes he was.
Oh, yeah. And I made you a promise and all. Didn't I, Iris?
And I'd become a proper detective one day and track down the old man.
Oh.
Alright, then it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in, kick him and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jenny.
Eh? Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. You owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
With every word, Iris. Oh!
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
Oh! Cute! I think Mikoto-ban? Yes, Sholmes. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you. You old softy Sholmes. But I must confess, it's the weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think it calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh Jesus Christ, no.
Oh well, the food will go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Oh, it's adorable. Wait, we have to decide if he's staying or going. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here.
but I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor.
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yeah, Susato-san went out for after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah,
I see. Oh no. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
oh?
With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It was agreed with Yenshin after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wish before he died, you mean?
Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar.
The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Oh, my fucking thing broke again. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from that time. Ah, yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly.
It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. The dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean.
Don't send it to me.
That was before Susato left Japan.
He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is why Susato came across it, of course.
Ah. Wait, so it's never been in the pawn shop?
Huh. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safety. Oh, no, okay. So he sent it to me, quote, to offer a second opinion.
I see. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father.
That's right. Because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become.
Aww, Iris big brain.
However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh? Well, I think at some point in the future,
the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something, too.
Judging from that expression,
I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yeah, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Aww. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With with Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that— oh, heck! Kita, thank you for 36 months. Are we ever getting any— we're actually just about to finish, I think, though. Standing— I mean, this is the finale of the entirety of Great Ace Attorney series, so I guess it makes sense. It is the finale of the duology. Sitting in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yeah, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Oh, sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. Like the title of the game.
I have.
Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you a good night.
Susato, she overheard. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh,
How much did you hear? Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words,
from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yeah. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you decided, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. Suppose. You'll be great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly, having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, I was supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yeah, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid today, in court today. If you ask me. Anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you.
Oh. Oh.
Can't believe this day's finally come. Baby Iris, you're really leaving then, Bruno? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. I wish you weren't going, but you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. Promise. Oh. Oh. Well, very brief reunion, but it's a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least. It felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that. Please don't shoot him. Why'd she cock her gun? I know it's a smoke bomb, but like, I know it's not dangerous.
Susato-san.
Oh!
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for
Oh
me.
my god, I can easily imagine what he's saying in Japanese, and it's so... He is so awkward.
And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
He's so awkward.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital.
Aww.
But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time.
Aww.
Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time
Aw.
being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
No way.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
No way.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable.
Huh?
I wanted to kill him.
Oh!
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me,
Oh.
to slay it once and for all.
Oh.
I leave this in your care,
Oh.
if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Oh. Wait, isn't there a katana like that in
Until we meet
in
again,
the
then.
Naruhodo office,
You have
like
your path
in,
to follow.
in the actual
I
Ace
have
Attorney
mine.
series, or like, am I just imagining shit?
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on,
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Susato-chan!
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Ah.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion.
Because he's a fucking coward.
I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked.
They're both
But I'd feel
stupid.
happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
They're both so stupid.
Susato-san.
The friendship love.
What?
Friend love.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting.
Aww.
So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd
So
come with me.
fucking
Together we can take on
awkward.
the world.
No, like, you know. Because they're not like not romantically interested in each other. You know? Friend love. I mean, yeah, but that's too many syllables. That's too big. We could be silly sometimes. Say a simple word to be silly.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh my god, these are so Japanese way.
Oh, no, not at all. If
Oh
anyone's
my
terribly
god, they're so
incompetent, it's
stupid!
me.
They're so stupid, they're so stupid, they're so stupid. I love them.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
They're so stupid. They're so dumb.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Oh my god, I love Iris's like English voice. She's adorable.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Well, we do know that Van Zeeks is Estinian in English 14, yeah.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
What? Bros. Bros, this is not time for a sword fight.
One day, when our paths cross, once more,
Hold on,
we'll
I'm
fight
gonna
a
do
duel,
less
a
news.
duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner,
Yay. Men's just being dudes.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
as if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
Don't worry, he won't. Sholmes won't.
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, The world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
That's where I
Oh,
expected to be
yes.
at the
We'd
end.
welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
I legitimately was thinking like the last case was gonna be like they go back to Japan and they do something there, but
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
aww.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Oh, this is all auto. Oh, look at her! Look at her! Look at Iris! Look at
Peculiar
Iris!
twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next?
Nowhere, because they didn't make another
Still.
game.
I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again. No doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
Aww.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Oh, Iris.
Objection!
Oh, Iris.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
I love Iris. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised closed court secrecy? Anyway, I decided an absence of London is order, sojourn in distant climes, the Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that the wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. I'm gonna try to read as fast as I can. This is auto-advanced.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
I love Iris. I love Iris. She's so silly. She's so cute. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of the grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. Gina, the boss left a note for me too, you know. And I can read every 11 now, A to Z, the old law. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Talbot here are going to be doing for the Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Oh, Gina. I love Gina.
How does he give a thing when he's dead? Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a da-da-da, but it's a good eye. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta for London. To London for the foreseeable. And then... gotta complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. Look at that, look at it, look at his face! Dun, 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 dun.
He's still here! Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry to the office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs!
Objection! A bleak overstatement overruled! The minister has been detained in Britain anyway!
Who is this cattish counsel for the defense, and women are forbidden from entering the courtroom?
Oh, really? My friend Susata-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged in the services of a regular legal team. Oh my god.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad. Even if you're behind bars. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Bara, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
Poor dude. Poor hairbrain. Do 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 do. When I went to make the waxworks impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we two spells would not do. Everyone calls me gossip. I suck jaunty little tidbits to pass about, you know.
Everyone calls me a pepperino and I sell the spaghetti. It's more red than my hair.
Everyone, they called me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, darling, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. It's Peppino's little cheek jigglies. He's still eating in the still. Peppino cannot be stilled. He must eat. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have had rather defend me. Now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. Once we get past the parts where they keep talking in between, then I'll start skipping.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say, like the title of this video game. One last title drop. Oh, and she painted the other eye. Waggy! Wagahai! Yes, I want to skip that, sorry. Also, Ohio. Ohio Faye, I hope you had a good nap. We finished! Yay! Woo! So wait. Yay! I finished. So there are achievements and part of me wants to go through, but I don't think I want to go do it now because it's gonna just be a lot of me like skipping through. What is this one? All the extra escapades, okay. In all available options. It was because I didn't turn on the other one. Having dug around to find every argument about shovel and spades, I see. Wrung your hands for every debate about ladders and step ladders. I must have missed some. For having read every new idea on Iris's blackboard. I guess I must have missed some of them. I only like noticed the last two. Yeah, it was like 7. I think it's also because I'm reading them out loud. Pillow Perfectionist. For Examine the Bed in episode 2. Hat Hunter. Some of these feel like it has to happen. Some of them is just, I click everything first. This one's hidden, but it has these two guys. I wonder what it does. While they're frustrated for having named Taketsuchi, Aochi, and Yuji Mikotoba as the victim of episode 1. Oh, I see. Down in 1, having examined Miss Green's bottle before it falls. I see. The Noodler? For erroneously answering Mr. Shulm's question about who might have had something that belonged to the convict in episode 2. For presenting the armband to Lord Van Zeeks in episode 3. Best chips in town for talking with Jean after Yunosuke regains consciousness following the incident with Toby. Oh, okay. And then this. I see. The noodler. And then we could like look at all these. But I'm not going to right now. Oh, look at little Chibi. Look at little Chibi. Look at him with glasses. Look at all the pins. Where are some of like the whip Usatos? Look at how okay, she looks really young here. Wow, she didn't go through too much, like, or at least they didn't share a lot of it. Interesting. Okay, what they just have pictures of like his guns and shit. Percussion revolver. I see. It has colors. Because of course it does. Interesting. They didn't do this thingy. Oh, they chose to make him... Yeah, they usually though, like usually he has black hair, but they gave him a different color to provide variety against the Yunosuke and other Japanese characters, which makes sense. Look how cool this piece is. Holy heck. He looks like he needs help though here. Oh! Look at this very early. Let's see some baby irises. Look at Iris gun. All of Iris thing. Her little friends. Look at this Iris. Man. Oh, she was older in like early parts. Cute. She looks so refined. It makes sense why she's young though. Oh, look at these ponytails. Magical girl elements to incorporate into Iris's design. Yeah. This is where she got really close to her color palette, huh? Iris good. Wow, look at this fancy thing. Cosmo with glasses, he looks like a dweeb. Like, it doesn't suit him at all. Not really. Not with his headband. Sad and tortured soul. Oh my god, look at this! They were unsure if he should be Russian or from England. Fur hood here. Interesting. Oh, fancy. Oh, Mussolini. Look at this stupid little man. The baby. Wait, it actually says Senakataku baby. She wrote baby in English. But on his back, he harbors a great secret. He's a father. I just like that it has baby written in English. That's actually really funny. precious. Nicolina. Wait, we never figured out anything about the weird Russian shit. Look at his little robe. Oh no, he's bald. Look at him bald. And I guess he is, yeah. His hat, his little toupee comes off, but look at him bald. Oh, and she's... Oh, I get it. She's a sun. Her whole thing makes her look like a sun, and he's the... I didn't actually process her as being a sun. I recognize his head as being a moon, but I didn't process her head being a sun. Oh, she's a pufferfish, too. Look at them. Look at how sweet they are. She's so... They're so... something. Nina! As he's always stuffing them in his pockets, I imagine his hands and the lining of his pockets are constantly covered in chip fat. Lol. Eggert Benedict. What else? Special exhibit. Oh, the ending, the game ending ones. Yeah, and then these are, I assume, like extra thingies, but is this just text? Is this just text? I'm not doing this right now. Hold on. Oh wait. Back to the title. Sure. No. Anyway. I was just poking around. Yeah, I technically should, if I want to, I'd have to turn on Sholmes's. I guess I can. But it is 1 AM. We finished. We finished. What is it? Tomorrow will be Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, we're gonna continue. We're gonna go to Final Fantasy 14. We're gonna go play games. Emmy's streaming. What the hell? But we will say hi to Emmy now that you mentioned it. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be playing Final Fantasy 14. Emmy and Mako should be showing up partway through as well. I am gonna get ready for sleep soon. I didn't expect this one to be as long as it was. But thank you guys for hanging out. Oh, that button doesn't work right now. Okay. I need to fix that then. There's our raid message. We're gonna go say hi to Emmy. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Alright. Bye, Mimi. Bye bye. Bye bye.